Hello. Welcome back to Monkey Jam, day 2. I just got off work about an hour ago and ready to do more game jams, more Monkey Jam. Excited to actually start developing the real game today. Yesterday, I pretty much just did brainstorming and got some design notes down, got some planning done, but excited today to actually get in engine, get it working, hopefully get the mechanics done today. The base movement mechanics, character controller, and then get some of the ideation done for, level mechanics, maybe even some basic experimentation with some of the visuals. But we'll see how late I can actually go tonight. Just an update. I did a little bit of work in the engine, just a tiny bit before stream just to get it going. So I created some very basic, basic scripts, just a simple mover that I'm starting to work on. So here's the code for it. And it's pretty basic so far, but I'll obviously be expanding it over time. And then I imported a bunch of store assets that I typically use. Just a bunch of sound effects and post-processing, like the input system for Unity, some of the basic stuff. But yeah, nothing really major done for the game yet. And gonna get going and keep working on the character controller. I guess I can also update the stream. It says brainstorming idea. So let me rename this. I can change this text now because I'm no longer brainstorming. So how would I describe the game? Maybe like a Jump King. Or even just like climb through a Jump King style level. I'll climb and swing. Maybe something like that. I don't know if that's the best description, but we can always iterate on it. Also, I guess above my head, 48 hours roughly left in the jam. So, yeah, pretty much the whole weekend. It ends around this time on Sunday night. But I'm going to keep pushing through. And hopefully I'll get done pretty early so that I can add lots of polish. Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to go back to some of this movement mechanic stuff that I was working on. I started adding, I'm basically creating my own character controller here. So I added velocities for the movement, air drift and ground drift. It's just about to hook up gravity. I guess I have gravity. I just didn't, it's set to 0. Set that to like -1. Obviously it's not accelerating. So I need some kind of gravity, add the gravity every frame instead of just static. So let's go here. I like splitting up my velocities separately so that I can decay them each individually. Let's see. Guess. I mean, do I want gravity? Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I also created a separate scriptable object. Oh, hold on. I created a separate scriptable object to hold my values. So that's why gravity here is in a separate value or a separate asset from the script. And let's go ahead and add this instead of the gravity. So now we're combining all these velocities. Give it a try. Compilation error. Forgot the .y. Here we go. I guess I don't really need that to be... I'll keep it a vector 2 for now, but it doesn't really matter. It could just be a float. Just in case I have a section that has horizontal gravity or something. And yeah, gravity, I guess yeah. made a positive. Because I said down. And that's very high. What is a normal gravity value in the physics here? Let's take a look. I mean, negative 9.8. Might have to go with that. Let me just see something. I don't think I have to add time.delta time, but well, now I do have to add like a ground check to clear out the velocity. Hello, hi John. Thanks, thanks for checking in. Yeah, feel free to check back throughout the weekend, see the progress on the game. Certainly trying my best. Let's see. So I need to do a ground check. And then probably just do a raycast and clear out the velocity, the gravity velocity when you land. Probably the jump velocity as well. Drop that in there. Actually, I'll do check ground above handle movement. And I just want to check a previous project of mine. I want to see, did I just do a raycast? I think I did. You had no idea what this was. They'd explain to you what a game jam was, and you'll check back later. Yeah, game jams are not super well known, but you have to make a game in a set time frame. This was a 72-hour, but I did have work today, so I lost a full 24 hours to just going to work. But the timer above my head, the 48 hours, that's how much time is left. So I have to make a game from scratch in 48 hours. And yeah, I'm making a... I mean, the theme is monkey, so I'm making a game where you play as a monkey. You swing by grabbing things and rotating. A little bit hard to explain without the visual, but hopefully I'll get that working soon. And yeah, it'll be about climbing up as high as you can. If you fall, you lose a ton of progress, so you have to really time your jumps and space yourself properly. But yeah, building out this character mover to get the climbing and the swinging working. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Just trying to see now. Yeah. What is, how did I set my ground check before? Okay, I just do a raycast. Cool. So I guess I'll just do a physics dot. Is there a raycast? There is. Do a raycast or a raycast all. Probably just raycast good enough for now. And so I need the ray, so that would just be down. Yeah, I mean, I guess just from the position. I can make a variable for the raycast distance. And I'll actually raycast from a little bit above my origin point. So this way, I guess if I'm slightly overlapping the ground, it'll still check just to like handle that. Then let's see. The origin is that, direction is just down. Layer mask. This should be an overload. I do want, yeah, the max distance. So I'll just kind of stuff that in, and then layer mask. I can type. Yeah, so layer mask, I'll probably just make a public layer mask for the ground. Or maybe I'll just construct it and assume that going back here, I have to make a new layer. All right, I made two layers here. Monkey for the player, and then environment for things that you can grab in the environment, but I'll probably also add one for ground. Cool. And then going back here, I need a layer mask. So I can do get mask. I should be able to pass in the names, which would just be ground. I have to make that an array, I believe. So is there a transform 2D or I guess I can do rigid body position because the rigid body is a rigid body 2D. So whichever, they both work. And then the max distance, I can throw that into the monkey data here. So this is my scriptable object, which is a bunch of data. And I'll just add a new header section here for collision, maybe. Go ahead and copy one of these to be ground check distance. Actually, no, this is probably just going jump values, but whatever. So drop that in here. And I'll default that to maybe 1, yeah. All right, I guess it should be the collider's width divided by 2. It's almost just annoying that I would have to update that. So I'll just kind of leave it like that for now. Based on the rigid body's position. And of course I need to specify here data dot. Actually, that's like off screen. Can't even see that. Cool. So if the code's not super readable on stream, I can try to either zoom in or zoom out even to put more of it on screen. Because on my monitor, it goes even lower than this. Trying to look. The top's always going to be cut off, but that's fine. It's kind of hard to get it all on screen at once because I do use a vertical monitor. But yeah, trying my best. Trying to make it readable. Let's add a new comment here. Okay, so we got that now. So now we can check if we're on the ground. Obviously, hit ground. Now we can store off if we hit the ground. Let me just check my previous projects. Seems, yeah. Yes. So it's useful to have an on land function. So that way we can clear the velocity. Set this to 0. And let's see. We only want to add velocity or gravity here if we're on the ground or not on the ground. So we'll do that. I could just do that. Cool. And then I want to store off if we were on the ground previously. I guess on ground old equals that. Then we set if we're on the ground, and then if we were on the ground, sorry, if we were not on the ground previously and we are on the ground now, then we call on land. Cool. Can also check. Let's see for this. Yep. And then something else I want to do is if you are moving upwards, you're not considered on the ground. So that way you don't have that like potential issue with raycast checks. So I can foresee a situation where the raycast is too long, and when you jump, your initial height, it's not taking you far enough off the ground. The raycast is still going, and it thinks you landed again, even when you're jumping. So I think if you are leaving the ground, skip the check. So we can do if the rigid body velocity is greater than a small value, we could do yep. So we set it to false and early out just when you're leaving the ground. Cool. And when you hit the ground, zeroes out the velocity. Yeah. So now we can also check. I already have this decay that's using the ground check, but I can also do the speed in the air. So if we're on the ground, we use the move speed ground. And the same check here. So different speeds for the air and the ground. Let's give that a try. Of course, this object I have to put on the ground layer. Can't forget that. I don't think... Yeah, I never made the monkey on the monkey layer. Cool. And obviously it's using temp art. I haven't actually started making any art yet. But now I should fall. And if I go off the edge... Oh, it didn't reset the velocity. So something's going on. Is the ground check distance long enough? So I thought the collider... The size of the collider is 1 by 1. So I thought the position at half the radius. I could check what the position is. So I'm going to debug log what the rigid body position is. It's not as helpful. So now I'm going to draw a ray as well. So I'm going to debug dot draw a line. So I'll do position, and then actually I'll just copy this. So now I'm checking the raycast just to make sure that's right. So I'm going to draw that line. And I think I specify the color. Do it in red. Cool. Give that a try. I should see a red line drawing, and there it is. So I do actually see the red line is drawing, and it seems to be hitting the ground. So is it possible that on land is not being called? Let's see. Guess I could have removed the other logs. It's hard to see. So many logs. So I'll remove this. It does seem that on land is not being called. Also log if it hit the ground or not. So that'll be helpful. I'll even turn collapse on again. Cool. So now it says ground is false, and it's still false. So it's never finding it. Never actually hitting the ground. But do I have to do physics 2D or physics 2D.raycast? I think that might be the problem. Hey, Tamir, how's it going? Just getting started. Pretty much, yeah, there we go. So, just started working in the engine. Yesterday was pretty much all design. Just started working on a basic character controller. And doing the basics of velocities and gravity and stuff. So I got my raycast now working because I forgot the physics 2D part. I was just doing physics.raycast. But now checking for ground. I can remove these. And this draw line. Or I guess I can just comment it out. In case I ever need it again. And yeah, it calls a land function when it lands. Can remove that as well, which zeroes out the gravity. I also noticed I seem to be moving a lot faster on the ground. Maybe a little too fast. Oh yeah, that's like way too fast. Let's go 0.5 or something. Of course, all these numbers are going to have to be tweaked, but so that's movement speed in the air and on the ground. Do I also want a different max airspeed? Probably not. I mean, even this max speed is kind of fast, so maybe drop this down. Again. Let's try like a 7. A little distracting when it says zoomed in. Something like that. It's hard to tell because, of course, I'm going to make the whole level. But something like that seems reasonable. So I'll keep it there for now. And let's see. Ground decay speed, I'll actually increase. So you stop more on a dime on the ground. Not that I'm not even sure if I want to have ground move speed, but we'll see. Cool. So next up, I want to start trying to get some of that rotating working because that is the biggest unknown, I think. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to add joints to the hands. So I'm going to go ahead and make, actually, open up the prefab and then make joints just on the hands. I know I have these visuals, the sprites, but those are probably going to disappear. So I'm just going to make some empty ones. Hand, joint left, And I can dupe that, call it hand joint right. These are supposed to be fixed joints. I guess I could have made them both and then duplicated. Oh, they have rigid bodies? I don't think I want... Yeah, so it does depend on it. I guess that means I can set this to be kinematic. And connected rigid body. Enable collision. It's probably with itself, right? Connected with this joint collide. So I don't really care about that. The anchor, maybe. Local space. The base rigid body. I'm curious, can I add 2 fixed joints to the same thing? Oh, I can. Oh, but that would be hard to specify, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. I was thinking maybe I could have both hand joints on the same game object. But yeah, I guess for both of these, probably want to freeze position rotation. I don't really care. Rigid body, in fact. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that rigid body stuff is important, so maybe I'll look into that. Because do I have to make these also attached to the main body? Maybe I only need 1 fixed joint. Because maybe I can move it, because you can really only grip, you can only rotate in one direction at a time. If you're gripped with 2, it's essentially just your whole body is gripped. So that could be interesting. If there was 1 fixed joint, and I moved it, like when you grip with your left hand, it moves it to the left hand and then assigns it. That's actually probably the better way to do it, instead of having 2. So on the main body here, I can just add a fixed joint. And if I do that, then I can set create a child for the bones, and I'll create more children for the left hand bone. Or I guess I'll do hand bone left. Dupe that, hand bone right. Now I can take these, move them roughly where they should go. And I can always adjust that later. But now going back to the Monke script, I can go ahead and make a public variable for these. Oh, am I not even using these? Curious if that works. So I'll just check that super fast. I was saving off my inputs into variables and I wasn't even using them as variables. Wait, what's going on? Oh, now this fixed joint is like broken. So what if I disable the fixed joint, what happens? Okay, yeah, so just having the fixed joint on at all. I'll go here and I want to revert this. Oh, here overrides revert. Cool. Having the fixed joint at all apparently locks it in place. So obviously I can enable and disable that as necessary, but seems like this, yeah, it's still working. Cool. Just double checking. Now I'll go here and I'll make a public variable. I guess I don't even need public. I can do just a property. It's a fixed joint 2D. And I'll just make a getter for it. Cool. So now we have that. And And we need the bones, so I'll make public variables for those. There's no transform entity, right? Okay. So we got hand bone left. Dupe that. Bone right. I'll make a new function here. And let's just do handle grab. I'm also going to add a variable here. In addition to on ground, I'm going to do a boolean for is grabbing. So that checks if I'm currently attached to something. And handle movement will early out if grabbing is true. So if we are grabbing something, yeah, maybe if we were grabbing, I guess, a wall, something like that. Is there anything here, like the decay and clamping velocities? I think that's fine. And I'll add another function down here for void on grab wall, called when grabbing a wall. When first grabbing a wall. Benefit of that is we can zero out all the velocities. What are the velocities? We got jump and input velocities. Just type them. Yep. So now when we grab the wall, all of our velocities get zeroed out. I can even make a new function here. Clear all velocities. Just in case I need to call that again. Zero out the stuff again somewhere else. And on grab wall, we call that. And of course, on grab wall, we're going to have to do another raycast, I think, or even just some kind of collision check. So I'm going to go ahead and make a wall. So I'll dupe the ground, change it to the environment layer. Yeah, I was thinking yesterday, you know, I want to make a silhouette-y kind of look, very vectorized graphics, but I also want to use some color in the foreground that's very obvious of what is grabbable, like what is a wall. But I haven't quite figured it out because I also want to dynamically change the colors in the background. So that'd be interesting if I could keep the grabbables a consistent identifiable color, but also have it not clash with the backgrounds. Seems like maybe an artistic challenge. Okay. Seems right. I just want to check. First, I should be ignoring the collision, so I just want to see. Yeah. And I'm going to do a quick Google search. I want to see how many, how can I check what is like if an object is at a specific point, like below a point. Because normally in 3D I would just raycast, but I don't know if you can raycast in the Z-axis in Unity 2D. There's probably an easier way. Let's see. Wonder if there's like a top-down collision, like a top-down raycast or something. Oh, there's an is touching, apparently. Collider2D.isTouching. But I want to check a point, not a whole collider. I guess I could just do, if I come back here, I can just check, just type physics2D and just see what's available. Checks whether the past colliders are in contact or not. Really, I just want a single point. That's the only difference. The overlap area, point A, point B. What does that mean? There's 5 overloads. Interesting. Overlap point. Yeah, I'll look at the overlap point function. What does that do? Let's see. The Unity 2D overlap point. What does that do? Checks if a collider overlaps a point in space. Okay, so layer mask. I can layer for environmental stuff. Awesome. That seems like what I want. I'm not sure what the depth is. Only includes objects with a z coordinate. Okay. Yeah, I mean, mostly I'm doing order and layer, so the z coordinate's not really going to affect me, but I can do overlap point here. And the point would be, you know, hand, bone, left. The layer mask being get mask. Environment. I have to do dot position for that. Okay, so now we can check overlap point. That should be good. And that's supposed to return a collider 2D, which is generally what I want. We could just call this hit object. Grabbed object. trying to think now. What if you grab two objects? And it pulls apart. I'll have to figure that out later, I guess. If I'm using I'll stick with one fixed joint for now. If you have like your left hand and your right hand grab two separate objects and then they pull you apart, what would happen there? Not sure. Should probably move your fixed joint to the second thing. I mean, if there were two fixed joints. Yeah, I'll come back to that problem later. For now, I'll start with just getting the grabbed object. First, checking if it's null. So if it is null, it's going to return, but okay, I guess first we'll check, because we have to do each hand individually. So I'll do so if we're pressing with the left hand and we're not already grabbing, all right, maybe I'll split it up like, whatever. Maybe I'll clean that up later, but I'll just say and not grabbing. I'll say on wall instead. Rename it. If it's pressed and we're not on the wall, do a raycast. And if we find something, then take our fixed joint, let's see. If we find something, we take the fixed joint and we set the position, the anchor. I'm trying to remember, the anchor should be one of these, local space, anchor, from the base rigid body. And then a connected anchor is local space anchor from the connected rigid body. So, I mean, I can obviously get my own, because this is the hand bone left dot position, local position. But then to do the connected anchor, the connected body, oh, okay, I guess that works. So we've got the attached rigid body. Connected body is this. Grabbed object. Of course, check it's not null. Cool. So now we're attaching the fixed joint to the object that we just detected, but we also need the connected anchor. Now this is maybe a tricky part. I forget how to get a world space position, like the local space position given the world space. Something like that. Let me Google it real quick. Unity get local position given world space. Transform point. Oh, is it just like grabbed object dot transform point? Oh, there we go. Transform from local to world space, but I want the other one. Oh, inverse transform point. There we go. And this would be the hand bone left dot position. And I'm going to go ahead and make a new function. I'm going to set it to just more conveniently set this. So set fixed joint. Maybe something like that. Yeah. So we get a collider 2D. And a transform. Attach bone, something like that. Here we pass in the grabbed objects and the hand bone left. This is a reusable way. Function to attach fixed joint to like a wall. Hand bone left becomes that, and grabbed object stays. Cool. And we'll do the same thing for the actually, maybe we shouldn't do that quite yet. I only want to set one fixed joint attachment. So what I'm going to do is store it off and then come back to it. So I'll make a local variable here. Really, I'll just copy this. Wonder if I have to cache that. Maybe I could, but at least for now, go ahead and do that. And then this would be the right instead of the left. Okay, but we don't want to set the fixed joint anyway. We just want to check. Go ahead and cut this. Or maybe I'll just comment it out for now, for reference. The idea is if we're checking both of them. We don't even need to check not on wall because we do want to potentially grab with the right and left. Yeah, and M on wall is maybe a bad check. We can add a function here for bool is on wall. And up here, I'm actually going to store on wall to check to be left and right. That way, we can cache off each of them. Maybe I don't even need the on wall left and right. It should instead actually just be a reference to the collider 2D. So that would be even easier. Something like this. So I do want to cache them off. And then this is on wall check. It's just checking this is not null and or this right is not null. That way, if you're grabbing either with your left or your right hand, you are on the wall. And that is on wall check and be replaced there. This can now just be a function. And we can remove these. Actually, yeah, and we're not. Or so if it's pressed and we're not already grabbing something, we set a new grab. Else if okay, so if it was not pressed, then this becomes null, meaning we let go. Yeah, and we were grabbing something. I guess it doesn't matter. So I can just wrap this in that check, so I don't have to call it twice. Check if something was grabbed. Is grabbed now. And then this is we just oh no, this is if not null. I think this is supposed to be it is null. And this one's not null. Yeah, I did something wrong here. It is null, so we set it. If it if we're no longer pressing and it's not null, then we release, and this is a jump. So no longer holding anything. And I'll go here and do a to do perform a jump. Whereas here, basically it's the same thing. Go ahead and replace next. Step through these to just do that real quick. Kind of indicative of the fact that maybe I could make that into a helper function, but I'll do that maybe a bit later. It is all member variables anyway. So yeah. So we grab with the left, we grab with the right. Then here's where I guess I can put some comments here. And then here we go. That's where we'll set the attachment. Yep. So here we go. We need to know if it's a new grab or not. So I can store off member variables. So now if we grabbed left and not right, or if we grabbed right and not left, we can set a fixed joint attachment for grab wall left here, and bone left. I don't know why autocomplete was giving me some weird garbage there, but now this is grabbing with the right hand and bone right. I guess there's a little bit more complex stuff here. So if we were already holding with the right and we just grabbed with the left, then we actually need to do grab with both hands. Of course, wrap this in an else. The idea being here that if we're grabbing with both hands, we need to do a joint in the middle instead of two hands separately. But yeah, how do we grab with both hands? So that's the attached bone. I guess I could do a new attached bone, which is just the center. The connected body would be the newly attached one. And the anchor would, of course, be the same. Okay, so I'll add a new bone here back in Unity. I'll add a new one for hand bone both. And check this out. This is 0, 0. Awesome. Go up here, make one for hand bone both. This would be, I guess it's just forcibly attaching it to the new one. With the left hand. And this one is grabbed with the right hand. Might have to iterate on the both part, but we'll see. Get started with what I can. Double checking, things look right. Of course, performing a jump, I still have to do. Maybe I'll just add a function for that now. Also, on grab wall, I should probably call that really any of these. Maybe just here. Yeah. And I'll go down here and I'll add a void execute jump. So this would be, you want to jump in the direction that you're facing, which, looking at this, it seems to be the local Y axis. So what I want to do is get my transform. First, it's just the jump velocity is equal to my forward, which I don't know how you can do a forward. It says, I mean, that's obviously the transform. Maybe I'll just do up and assume that the 2D's up is what I'm looking for in terms of forward. So my jump velocity is that times the data dot jump. Oh, I don't have anything for yet, so I guess I'll have to add a new field. So we'll go jump velocity, multiply that. So when you execute the jump, we go up, jump velocity. I do want to decay that over time, but I'll have to do that in a little bit. Maybe there's a different jump height versus... like on the ground versus in the air, but we'll see. Oh, execute jump. Let's see. Chicken can jump, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I did want to decay it over time. Trying to think. Because right now I have gravity on a separate variable, and I want to decay the jump, but I might only want to decay the horizontal jump. I'll just see how it feels. Trying to think, if you jumped at an angle, should gravity be applied while you're still in your jump, or should it just be kind of like a forward dash? I might just start doing, let's see, should I start by putting the gravity on the same variable or not? Not decay jump. I guess if I don't decay it, it's equivalent if I keep them separate variables even. That's annoying to have them as separate variables. I might get rid of gravity velocity, replace it with just jump velocity. Shouldn't gravity always be applied when jumping? I mean, in real life, yes, but in video games, there's a very common thing that people do where, or game designers do, where you know, think of like Super Smash Bros. Has its balloon physics, where when you jump, you have a very fast burst and then it slows down. So it's almost like it scales independently of velocity. So what I'm thinking is, if you're spinning and you jump in a direction, again, it's not up, right? In this game, you don't just always jump straight up. You're jumping in the direction you're facing while you're rotating. Which, you know, maybe I never said, it's not super clear, but you don't really jump up. You go in a direction. So do I want it to be that if you launched perfectly horizontal, you'd already start having the gravity applied and you'd be going down very fast? Or should it go horizontally first and then the gravity kicks in? That's why having the gravity as a separate variable is useful, because I can choose exactly when the gravity turns on. But, I mean, there are other ways to do that, even using different variable or using the same variable. I'm just trying to think of what's the best way to control decaying the jump velocity. Because what I want is, if you jump in a direction, eventually the momentum you got from the jump decays to nothing. And then it's all purely based on your air drift speed. So you say horizontally first. Like decaying the horizontal value independent of gravity is also a possibility, yeah. So I'm just going to keep it in the same variable for now. Execute jump, yeah. And I'm going to, unless you want timing to be more important. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how I want the game to feel either. Like, I want you to have some air drift speed, obviously. Some wiggle room to control yourself in the air. But it's not so much about like easy or hard, making it easy or hard for the player. It's about like, how does it feel to like launch in a direction and get a boost out of it. It makes the jump feel powerful, as opposed to like the actual connection part. It's like very precise. Of I'm aiming here and I go, and I will always launch in that direction. But I'll tweak it as I go. So I'm going to go ahead. Oops, not what I copied. Jump velocity here. Apply the gravity, and we're already applying the jump velocity, so we're good there. Applying them both, and yeah. Okay, so we're executing the jump that sets the velocity. Grabbing the wall clears velocities. Land clears the jump. Checking if we're on the wall, and executing the jump. Right, goes in the direction you're facing. So the one thing I'm missing is actually rotating. Yeah, so actually I'm going to try this. Just see if what I have even functions, or if it's just horribly broken. Let's hook up the bones here. Oh, also I see fixed joint is disabled by default. That makes sense. So yeah, I never dropped the wall, or the like unset it. So here, if the grabbed wall left is null, and the grabbed wall right is null, then we want to release. Cool. And just want to set it to be enabled true when we actually set it. Yeah, I haven't figured out how I'm going to do the rotating yet, but hopefully that's not so bad. Hopefully we can rotate around point relatively easily. Okay, so that doesn't work. Right off the bat. I suspect it's because the maybe the physics overlap point's not working. I'll just put a breakpoint. See what happens. Oh, I'm not even calling handle grab. That would do it. I am stupid. I forgot. Here we go. Let's try it again. Okay, so the jump isn't working, but the joint is working. Let's take a look. Oh, so when I release one while I'm grabbing both, it doesn't set the anchor back. That's something that's missing. Yeah, that should be easy. Let's see. So if actually, instead of a bool, maybe I should just store these as this is was grabbing left. This is was grabbing right. So those are both set to this. So it was grabbing if it's not null. Yeah. So new grab doesn't matter. Now it's a new grab if we were grabbing left and oh, sorry, a new left grab means not was grabbing, and we are grabbing now. I feel like I can clean this whole thing up. Some tricky logic now. So basically, I just want to check. I'm going to rewrite this. Grab with hands. Basically like that. So if we were grabbing left and we were grabbing right, but we're not anymore. There's gotta be a way to make this like cleaner and not just list out every case explicitly, but I don't know. I'm thinking of it right now. Essentially what we want to do is if we're grabbed while left is not null. Attach to the left hand, so this is the same as this. And here we attach to the right hand if the opposite is true. Okay. Basically kind of a hack just to speed things along here, but rather than untangling this logic, I'm just gonna keep the old logic that I had. Here we go. And just add the special case. Okay, try that. Cool, so that works. So next up is rotating. Oh no, the jumping wasn't working. So obviously this is being called, it's just not doing anything. Oh, I never set the jump velocity, it's probably still 0. Yeah, it's 0. So what's a good jump velocity? Maybe like actually don't know. 7's probably too high. Let's try it. Yeah, much too high. Try like 4. So fast. I mean, also I should increase gravity. Maybe increase the velocity a little bit more. 5. Also increase the gravity a bit more. Seems like something's clearing out my velocity for some reason. Now when I'm not on the wall and I try to move, it seems to be clearing. Probably has something to do with fixed joint enabled. It only sets this if I get the physics collision. So these are definitely not true. It's kind of strange. I guess I can zoom in on the monkey and see. No, I mean, the fixed joint's disabled, so I don't know what's clearing the velocity. It would either be on land or on grab wall, so I can put a breakpoint here. So if I jump, Yeah, something's calling it. So let's see the call stack. Handle grab. Oh, stupid. Yeah, forgot. Obviously, I only grab the wall if I actually grab the wall. There we go. Cool. That all works. I'll do a quick commit just in case my computer explodes. But initial pass of movement. Push that to Git. And let it go. Yeah, so next up I'm going to do rotating. So we got handle grab now. And I'm going to go ahead and just put a new function, handle rotation. Because we have the wall checks from the previous function, we could just check those. So rotate when holding a wall. And this I'm not exactly sure how to do, so hopefully I can figure it out. So we can do rotate, like rotate around, but there we go. My commit went through. If I do rotate around, that's the 3D version. I'm not sure 2D sprites allow you to do that. And this function might also be deprecated? No, maybe not. Well, I mean, the point is, let's just do if we're grabbing with the left and not grabbing with the right. I feel like I should write a helper property for that. It's just really annoying to type it every time. Cool. And then if I find this, replace that with this. Yeah, and then maybe also check the equals nulls. Okay. And maybe there's some more down here. I think that's about it. Except for the one I just wrote. this is if we are grabbing left and not grabbing right. Okay, let's try it. So we got the rotate around. What do we do here? We got axis angle, but then we also have point axis angle. Point being hand, bone, left. This is rotating left. And the axis is towards the screen, so I guess it'd be vector 3 dot forward. Then the angle is data dot rotation speed. Maybe times time dot delta time. Not sure if I have to do the time dot delta time for a lot of things. I might have to go back through and put those in. Like the move speed and stuff. I might have to retweak those values. Not sure. Actually, let me see. I'm doing this all on update, but now I can't remember. Should this be fixed update actually? I guess in fixed update it wouldn't even make a difference if it was time.delta time because it'd be fixed anyway, so not a huge deal either way. But I think I should maybe do that, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Oh, so I already did it with gravity. And speed and speed decay, maybe. So move speed and speed decay. Minus equals this. Actually, I could just make a float here. So I don't have to do the same copy paste again. And then the decay rates probably also goes by time dot delta time. Do that, although I'll have to retweak those values. Yeah, so what else? So we got the rotation, the move speeds, we got the decay speeds. Jump velocity is a standard value. Gravity is set, and the rest doesn't matter. Cool, we should be all good. Okay, so that's rotating left. I should also, don't forget to call this in here. Okay, handle rotation, we rotate left. Need a new thing for rotating right. It's hand bone right. Forward, rotation speed, and probably do a negative on that. Now I need to go into the rotation speed. I bet it's set to 0. Yeah, set it to 1. It's 1 degree a second. So that's probably too slow. Let's do like 2. Actually, is it in degrees? Rotate around is in degrees. Okay. And I assume everything else is going to slow down drastically because... Oh, wow, it actually works. I gotta say, I was not expecting it to actually work. But no, I missed it. Wow. So the rotating ended up being easier than I was expecting. Though obviously my airspeed now is like way too low. I'm trying to think. The normal time.delta time is like... I don't know, is it a tenth of a second? So I just set this to 2 and 5. Would that increase it? Or is that too much? Oh, that's about right. I mean, obviously way too slow, but... so let's bump this up to 10 and like 25. Rotation speed, maybe try bumping that up to 100. It's probably way too much, but we'll see. Yeah, we got movement. Type. That's so exciting. Oh, what the? That is odd. Did it like zero out the... Wait, that's very confusing. Something strange happened there for a second. Maybe I just wasn't expecting the airspeed to be so fast and the jump speed to be so low. You basically completely halt your your jump speed just by your air drift, which is not correct. So I'll go with jump velocity. Not sure actually. Let me test this again. Maybe add more gravity. And a faster jump velocity as well. So maybe bump these both up. Yeah, let's do it. Jump velocity is like doubled, and gravity is just increased slightly. Let it try. Wait, what? That was odd. I couldn't move more to the left. Oh, I guess the jump velocity doesn't decay at all. Wait, that's weird. I think it's because I'm clamping the input velocity, but I'm not considering the jump velocity. So I do need to check in the handle movement function. Here, I'm clamping the input velocity. But I only want to clamp. So I could either just subtract it from this. This feels like a hack. That's definitely wrong. I think I had those signs backwards. Is that a try? Oh no, I was taking a drink. I missed my opportunity. Run it again. Okay, that's more correct. I definitely need to tweak these values because they are way off. But for now, I want to make sure... Actually, I'll increase the gravity a bit. Make it 8. I think the airspeed is probably a little too powerful as well. So you can basically you can very much control yourself. So I'll drop the airspeed maybe in half. Oh, actually, nah, let's drop the max velocity horizontal. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe drop this in half. At least to 5, maybe. Wait, there's something there. There's some weird bug there. Okay, come on. Whoa, that's weird. So my X velocity was negative. How was it doing that? Yeah, I think this clamp is just messed up. I'm just going to write it not as a clamp. So if the input velocity... Oh my god, I cannot type. Input velocity dot x plus the jump velocity dot x is greater than theta dot max. Then it equals the maximum minus the amount that would is added on already. And vice versa. See if that works. Seems to work. Oh, no, it doesn't. So why not? If the input velocity x minus the jump velocity x is less than the negative velocity. Is it because the jump velocity is already greater? That's probably it. So, to get if my jump velocity is already so high that it exceeds the maximum. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just actually a sign issue. Or something I'm not seeing here. What if I comment this out? Say don't clamp in one direction, just help narrow it down. Okay, so they are competing with each other. Oh, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I only want to do this if it's if it is greater. Something like that. Let me check. When I found the issue, I don't know if this is a good fix or not. Seems to be working so far. Oh, never mind. Feels strange. Yeah, essentially we are keeping it so that they're unaffecting each other. So if this is less than 0, we only care to clamp if it's actually less than 0. Otherwise, we don't do anything to the input velocity. See this, maybe? Still not working. Okay, now I'll break out the debug logs. Just add that. Okay, let's take a look. So 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so doing input velocity logging. We're doing it before we do any clamping. I'll do velocity, the jump velocity here. Oops. So we know the max is 5. Oh god. At the end there, we can see the... Wait, what? Oh, collapse is on. Okay, turn off collapse. The input velocity is 0. Why? This should definitely not be 0. Did I do something weird there? I mean, jump velocity is like 9, which is crazy. Not sure why jump velocity is 0. Let me try this test again. Here it's obviously 0. Oh, it's 0 because I pressed pause. That's why. Okay, so before it was 0, though, it was something. Negative 0.13. It's because it's clamping, then it starts to scale, but then it clamps again. So that's probably it. Okay, I think what I'll do is try to clamp. Maybe I'll keep these logs. I think I might have to clamp in the update forces function, actually. I think I have to clamp when I combine them. like clamping here, basically. Because if I clamp the velocity, then it has the acceleration value. Gets messed up. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this and just kind of do the simpler one. Clamp this. If this is greater than the max, well, I guess I could do the easier clamp here. Even open up Git and look at what it used to be. I deleted it. Basically, it was this. So I can delete this, paste that back. So I had everybody x equals clamp of those things. Except instead of just the x, it's... Oh, I guess it's just itself. I realize now also programming my own velocities like this means that environmental interactions might be harder. I'll have to figure that out. Oh, also that maybe that's not right either, because now it's clamping the jump, which I don't want. Oh, I think maybe there's an easier way to do this. I just don't add velocity if it's higher than max. How about that? Okay, hopefully this is... Oh, I guess I have to remove the clamping here. Hopefully this is the final piece I need. I'm so sick of this. I do have to figure out how to do... No, it's still wrong. It's so odd. Hmm. I might just maybe I have to combine the horizontal of the jump into the movement. Hmm. I want to decay the movement, but not the jump. That's the one problem with combining them. And I need to like break this down or something. Yeah, I'm gonna take my notebook here. So essentially, I want to clamp the you have the total velocity, and I want to clamp the input, but we're adding the input and the jump. There's a maximum horizontal velocity, but only the jump can exceed that velocity. So essentially, we want to clamp. So we take input plus jump, and then we clamp that to be the max of jump and max horizontal. Right, so if we do that, we have the input and jump, we clamp it to the max of the jump and the horizontal. If the jump is really high, it's not clamped, but we also can't input. And then if the jump is nothing, the input gets clamped at max horizontal. So that seems right, maybe? Try it. That would be... Where was that done? Handle movement. So instead of checking here, if it's greater than this, I'll comment this out real quick. And so now there's no clamping. Right, so here in update forces, oops, I want to try clamping this. Equals is it mathf.clamp that no, not y. Clamp x between Let's see. Oops. Let's get out of here. We got the float max velocity is the max between the data dot max and what is it, jump dot x. But that doesn't work because jump can be negative. So we have to account for the negativity. Oh, actually, I don't even need this, I don't think. Really, I'll just check, I'll clamp it between the max and the min, naturally. Not sure if this will work either, but worth a good check. Try. Okay, so what this is doing is it's clamping the velocity between the maximum of these. So if the jump velocity is really high, it won't clamp it. Or it'll clamp it only to the jump velocity. Okay. So it sort of works. The only downside is that the input velocity now is not clamped. Man. I almost feel like this whole endeavor is kind of pointless. That I should switch to just using forces. The ground movement wouldn't feel as good, but I don't really care much about ground movement. So you add speed. So if you launched yourself and then you would add speed in the opposite direction, it would slow you down. And if you try to add speed in the same direction, you could say only add speed if it's valid. And then I could implement my own error decay by saying just if no buttons pressed and the error decay it would decay the jump as well. So that's not possible. Yeah, I don't know. So let me try first. I just want to see what happens if I make a spinning platform, because I believe that would break things. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a try. Because I do need those, or I would at least very much like those to work. So I'm making a folder here for platforms. And just to test it, I'll just make a path of points, basically. So basically a list of transforms. And I can make this different later, but I just want to put in a test real quick. So, okay, index. The path index. Oops. So it's not just the transform. These are rigid bodies. Although I don't know if I really care about the rigid body. But I could put that on there just in case. So we'll just do transformed up position. We want to go by obviously move speed times that delta time, but then the vector along the path is from my from me to the path. Yeah, and then obviously want to increment the index, but really just sort of return to the path is 0. If this is greater than the count, then it equals 0. And you know, incrementing when we reach the position. I'll just do a hack for now. Normally I would say like is passed, but I can come back to that. I just want to test if this even works. So yeah, so if the distance is less than some threshold, which I'll just put as like 0.5 or something. Welcome back. I'll show you what I have in a second. I spent a whole bunch of time making a really cool character controller, but now I'm kind of feeling like maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have instead of programming my own velocities, I should have maybe just leaned more into the physics, because if I want to play with like rotations flinging you and things like that, I would have to play more. I'd have to like rely more on the Unity physics. So we'll see in a second. I'm making a little moving platform now to test that theory, I guess. Like, how easy is it to apply the moving platform velocities to the character controller that I made, or if I'd have to convert it to the other way, basically using Unity forces. Yeah, but put in a little hack to check if path was reached. And I'm really not that far, by the way, as well. But yeah, so here's what I have, which is basic. I just have a placeholder monkey and a wall, and soon to be a moving wall. So I'll say wall point A and wall point B over here. And I can set some icons like so. And grab this wall, add the moving platform. I should probably call it moving wall instead. Path, of course. We've got A and B. And I think everything's good. Yeah, so what I have right now is just a character mover. Oh, whoops. Click it. And you can, oh my god, that's way faster. Yeah, so, oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. So you can grab onto the walls and you can rotate, and when you release, you jump. You have a little bit of airspeed, so you can move in the air. Obviously, the moving platform is not moving me with it, because that's part of the physics. Though it is kind of strange. Is it just because I'm moving the transform and not the rigid body, I wonder? So let me try that. Yeah, 5 is obviously way too fast. Also moving, I guess, from my position to it by move speed. That shouldn't make a difference. Maybe drop it to like 2 or something. Regardless. Yeah, so let's see. Instead of transform.position, I could do rigidbody.move position. And we'll see if this helps. Wait, what? That should be it, right? What's it complaining about? Vector 2. This is vector 2. And that's vector 2. And that is... Oh, this is supposed to be rigid body position. And this should be a vector 2 as well. Oh, that's annoying. Well, let's just say I'll make a new vector 2 path position. Unless there's a way to get like a transform 2D. There is. I don't think so. Okay, see if that works a little bit better. The problem, I mean, it's weird because I'm doing a fixed joint and I am attaching to the actual collider. So I would have expected the joint to allow me to move, but maybe not. Okay, what happened? Attach this breakpoint. Let's check it out. So position is -6.2. Yeah, that looks right. Path position is not that. My guess is move position is not working because I restricted it with physics. So let's see. Oh, this is static. If I set it to kinematic, maybe. There we go. So the problem here is that I don't maintain the momentum. Curious, Alex, what you want, what you would want from this. If there was a moving platform, should I inherit the momentum when I jump off, or should I just keep my regular momentum? Curious, what would be better? Also, it's weird that it's slowing down. I thought I was going from... Oh, because I'm not... The magnitude should probably be the normalized magnitude. Or, just... Not normalized. What? Why is there not, like, a normalized? Not inheriting the momentum looks off. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, oops, if you jumped on a moving platform in a video game, do you expect it to carry you as well? Like jumping straight up means I actually jump straight up. I mean, it's on a slow moving platform, it doesn't make a difference. But on the other hand, I wanted to make some puzzles where there was like a wheel rolling down a hill. And if you were rolling around the wheel and then you jumped off and it maintained your momentum, because the camera is following the player, you might not realize how much momentum you have and then way overshoot your jumps. That's a possibility. I wonder if it's possible to get the velocity of, look. Is this Unity? Get velocity of, get velocity at point. Oh, there is a point velocity. So the velocity of the rigid body at the world point in global space. takes the angular velocity of the rigid body into account when calculating the velocity. Nice. So actually, I probably don't need to use Unity's physics if I just use the point velocity. Let me just try that, I guess. I'll see how that feels. Good night, Tamir. Yeah, thanks for coming by. If you check back rest of the weekend, hopefully I'll have something more playable and continue working. I don't know how late I'll be up tonight or how early I'll be on tomorrow, but I'm pretty much, I'll be working all weekend. So, yeah, hopefully I have something really cool by the end. Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, so when I jump back to the Monke script, I can look at execute jump. Here in Monke data, I'll actually add a property here for just a Boolean. The inherit velocity is false, and then if we inherit velocity when we jump, so if we inherit the velocity, wait, what? What's wrong with that? Oh, I didn't make it public. Okay, so maybe this is a little bit more challenging, but what I got to do is add a new velocity field here for inherited velocity. So in the up there, but do I still clamp this, don't I? Oh, because I was testing. I wanted to see how I wanted to handle that. Okay, so I will have to come back to that. Sorry, where is that? Update forces. Here's where we're doing the clamping, and we're clamping to the min of those and the max of those. Right. So I'll just write a note. Cool. Just reminding myself, my future self, of what the issue I ran into was. And typically what I would do here is add the inherited velocity, but I kind of want to do that after the clamp, I think. So the inherited velocity, or oh my god, I cannot type. So this plus equals the inherited velocity dot x. I'll do y as well. I'll actually go back to Monke data. I'll add a new section for inherited velocity. Move this in there, and I'll go ahead and add a new field for the velocity decay. Float value, yeah. Yeah, I guess, sure. Velocity decay in X and Y direction. Yeah, okay, one, I'll just do one for now. Oop, I was thinking if I should split it or not. Okay, so update forces. So let's copy my decay logic. Whatever. I can get rid of it. So this is data dot decay. This is decaying the X, and we need one to decay the Y as well. Okay. Cool. And then on clear velocities and on land, I want to do that as well. Clear them. Awesome. Not doing 3D is paying off already. Is it? Because it's 2 directions instead of 3. Oh wait, did I actually set the inherited velocity? I don't think I did. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. I didn't actually write it yet. Yeah, I'm curious if this will actually be faster than 3D, because there's a lot of 2D stuff I'm learning because I'm not as familiar with it. But let's see. Okay, so it says rigidbody.getPointVelocity. You have to transform the point because it's in world space. Yeah, let's see. So we got so this would be like the left collider 2D for the jumped collider. I don't know what to call it. Rigidbody.getPointVelocity is the one. Get point velocity. Velocity of the rigid body at the point in global space. And then we can add a new parameter here. Oh wait, point is vector 2, so we can do vector 2. The jump point. That would be the m underscore inherited velocity. Now, when we execute the jump, we just need to pass those values in. So if we are jumping, oh, well, I guess we need to do this before we exit, before we clear it. So we got the wall left, and we got the what is it? Hand bone left. Dot position. And it is in global space. Right. So we got this. We got hand bone right. Are those the only places? It can't be. What if you were... Oh. So right now it doesn't ever let you jump straight up. But maybe that's fine. So yeah, if you had 2 hands held and you released both at the same time, that's something I could check. I could add a buffer for that in the future. But yeah, let's give this a try. I have a bad feeling it's going to go horribly wrong. Oh wait, I'm stupid. I need to check this box. The decay, let's see, the airspeed decay is 0.1, so I'll do 0.1. Actually, maybe a little bit more. 0.1. Actually, I don't even know if those values are good anymore. Because I think I changed it to be times at delta time, right? I did. These should be upgraded. Like 10 and 20. I don't know. Seems a little high. Guess I could start the decay at 0 and see how it feels. Up that to 10. Let's see. Wait, what just happened there? There's something very strange going on with that. Okay, well, that's a different problem. I can look at that later. In the meantime. Oh. Something very strange. It seems like the inherited velocity is there, but it doesn't actually kick in until I press something in the air. Not sure why. Maybe I should debug log what this velocity is. What if I just got rid of all clamping for now? Just left it. I feel like the clamping has just been causing way too many problems. So let's check this out. Oh god, something is going wrong. Oops. I don't know if it's worth. Oh, is it only updating the velocity on input then? I mean, it shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know how worth it is. Continue trying to make the velocities work. So, okay. The reason I'm programming my own physics here, my own, like, maintenance of these velocities, is so I can control the decay value of each one independently. Meaning, the jump force has no decay value. The horizontal airspeed has a decay value. And then the inherited velocity also has a separate decay value. Yeah, but I think the more I think about it, maybe it's not worth it because I also have to account for like hitting walls, right? So if you hit a wall, it should kill your momentum. But the way it is now, it would kind of fly you into the wall. You would carry the momentum. Obviously, I could just do a rate cast and then cancel your momentum. I could even bounce you if you hit it, but it's just more logic I need to write. Maybe I'll give it a little bit more of a try and then see. Actually, I'll just keep that there. Let's see what the decay value. So with 0, oh, it's still messed up even without anything. Oh, it's actually probably not even... I don't think it has anything to do with the inherited velocity. Yeah, just kind of stuck in the weeds now of programming this stuff. Hopefully it'll get more interesting tomorrow. Yeah, so it's just always 0. Oh, great. Ugh. Okay, so I am inheriting the velocity. Yeah, so there's something else just bumping it to the side. It's not even, it doesn't even have anything to do with the inherited velocity. I don't know what I caused recently that broke that, but... Seems strange that the inherited velocity is always 0. Because it shouldn't be. Like right now it shouldn't be 0. See if it is actually 0. We have the jump point. The velocity is 0. Great. Get point velocity. So the wiki page says, get the velocity of a wheel specified by its position in local space. I wonder if point velocity only does angular velocities. So I wonder, do I also have to add the rigid body's velocity? Wait, get linear velocity at point? What's that function? Oh, you're going to bed? What time am I starting tomorrow? I don't know. Honestly, depends how late I stay up tonight. But I guess normally I wake up, like normally on weekends, it would, like, based on when I would typically wake up and get ready, it'd maybe be like 11, but 11 my time. But if I stay up super late tonight, what would just happen? If I stay up super late tonight, then I don't know if I'd be able to wake up at my normal time. So maybe somewhere around then, 11 a.m. Depends how late I stay up though. But have a good night. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow if you stop by. Whenever I end up coming on. Yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to look up how to get the velocity of the object. Get point velocity. Seems like it only does. Maybe it's only angular velocity. But maybe I just need to look at more documentation. It says it takes the angular velocity into account. But does that mean it also takes the linear velocity into account? I don't know. Well, yep. See you tomorrow. Does Unity 2D get linear velocity? I wonder if I just have to add them. That would be kind of a shame if I just had to do get point velocity plus velocity. Like that should just be in point velocity, I would think. But okay, I'll check that. Still seems to always be 0. Oh, is it because I'm doing the move position? I'm not actually setting its velocity. That's probably it. I mean, that's kind of dumb of me. Maybe relative does do it. So I'm doing move position. I want to move it there, but actually I could just set the velocity. That's the vector times move speed. Something like that. Might have to tweak the move speeds again. Maybe I'll do keep the time. It seems like it's kind of lurching and jumping, but I don't know. Can always tweak it later. Let's try, and I'll go back to here, and I'll comment out this part about the velocity. Or maybe not. I'll comment it out. Okay. Well, so the inherited velocity works. Okay, I'm gonna write some stuff down. So what I want to account for is like hitting a wall. Inherited velocity. Then, easy win boxes. Yeah, so let's see. I'm trying to think now if I should stick with my own custom velocities or switch it to using unities, just like physics and forces. So the benefit of using forces is that it accounts for when you hit a wall. Inherited velocity should be free, although I already implemented that. And then easier win boxes. But the benefits of custom is that I can decay input separately. Same with the inherited velocity. So like your jump velocity won't decay, but your input velocities will. And I can also clamp your input velocity independent of the jump. Although that might actually also be, it's just a different feel, but it's a benefit of force as well. If like you have your jump velocity, or if jumping is just applying a force, then pressing, like if you jump to the right and you press to the left, you decrease it. But if you try to press to the right, it will just prevent you from adding it. It just won't add the force because you're already at your cap. Problem with that is that well, no, the jump can still decay either way. You have your inherited velocity plus your jump. Yeah, I mean, decaying the input is nice. Decaying the input is nice because like ground movement is better. It's easier to do the friction that way. Yeah, I'm not sure. Still kind of torn between the two. If you're on the ground and you move, and then you let go of the button, I could. I mean, there's like obviously the easy solution is just rely on in-engine physics to decay it. If you're in the air and you release the button, do I even want it to decay? Maybe it's not a big deal. Not sure. Ah, it's a tough call. Very used to just programming my own. What is this song? Okay, just gonna skip through that. Yeah, so I'm used to programming my own velocities for the easier control, but this is more of a physically simulated game that I'm used to working with. It's the only downside of the way that I have it is the wall checks. And I have to, if I do a wind box or something, I have to handle that. I don't know. Let me try. I think maybe I should just try implementing the force approach and see what happens. We'll see. I just want to see how easy it is. Maybe I wasted a couple hours doing all this. I mean, it's not all lost, obviously. There's a lot in here that's reusable, but... Okay, so move with forces. Really, what we want to do here is apply gravity. This is just gravity. I guess time dot delta time. Cool. And that's one. Now handle movement. That function is over here somewhere. Okay, so move speed, whatever. Instead of input velocity, we'll just do rigid body. Add force. Your 2 dot right. This is left. Give that a try. And here, right. That's correct. Now, obviously, I'd have to cap it with the jump speed, but that's a check for another time. And then we go down here to execute jump. Okay, something like that. Although transform dot up, maybe also add a force for the inherited velocity, essentially. Although, yeah, maybe it's not as easy. gives me a little bit of hope. um, yeah, the force is just not nearly enough. And rotation doesn't happen anymore. Still want to handle rotation. It was still falling though, so that's interesting. But maybe this just has to be like way higher. See what's up with that. Or, oh, maybe jump is in the handle rotation. So actually this, yeah. I'm stupid. But, no, maybe I wasn't stupid. Okay, we'll try that. Clear all velocities should also just easily like. Where's this called from? On grab wall, and on grab wall is called from. And a grab, which is still called. Okay, good. And yeah, here we just want to call. That. Give that a try. Okay, give that a try. Seems like the inherited velocity just worked. Oops. Something I want to test here is what happens if I just keep going right. Obviously, the speed just keeps increasing. Okay. What's next? Something else that I can test. I want to make a... Wait, it's under scripts, walls, platforms. So we have moving platform. I guess I could just put it in the moving platform script. I want to make a spinning platform. I guess I could just make a... This sets the velocity. So I'll make a new script. Um, and yeah, that way I could attach both to the same platform if I wanted it to spin and move. But otherwise, let's see. Is there a way to... Like, I want to rotate it, but I need it to be torque. Let me see. I'll try Googling. Unity 2D. Rotate object with force. Not just a rigid body, but sorry, not just an object, but a rigid body. Yeah, it says there's an add torque. I swear, I just typed that. Oh, there it is. Okay. What's it measured in? What's like a good value? The angular change in degrees. Oh. And then change it to radians. So the impulse is in radians. I don't know. I'm just going to put like 10 as the default. And then I'll say... I don't know if it's a float or not, actually. Oh, it is. Okay, so the torque equals this times degrees to radians times that delta time. Do that, and let's check. Force mode. This seems there's force and impulse. The impulse. Seems reasonable. So let's copy. I'll rename this to moving wall. I'll dupe it. Rename this to rotating wall. Wait, what? I thought that's public, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's give it a try. Doesn't seem to be moving. I don't have freeze rotation turned on. It is kinematic. Is it just too slow, maybe? Doesn't seem to be rotating. Add torque. Let's see. Apply torque at the rigid body center of mass. Applying torque changes angular velocity only. The change is scaled by the rotational inertia. Therefore, larger inertia results in smaller changes to angular velocity. Well, what is the inertia value? Would that be on the rigid body? inertia 0, so it should have infinite. It starts awake. It is simulated. It is kinematic. Nothing's frozen. Let's see. Rotate speed is 1,000. Maybe 1,000 is just not even enough. Torque of... Oh, that's very small torque value. Huh. I'm not actually sure what a good value would be. Even that seems way too high and it's not moving. What if I just added a hard-coded value? No, it's still not moving. Very strange. It's a sprite. It has a box glider and a rigid body. Does it have no mass? Maybe kinematic doesn't... Maybe torque doesn't work on kinematic rigid bodies. What the? That was odd. Whoa. That's very strange. I mean, I don't want it to collide with things, is the deal with that. That's why I wanted it to be kinematic. Kinematic. Body, let's see. Nothing on the add torque page says that it has to be dynamic, but I guess it makes sense. That's odd. This thread is not very helpful. Just wondering. Kinematic. I guess it just has to be dynamic. But I don't want it to collide with other environmental objects in this case. I mean, I guess I could just increase the height so it doesn't collide, but maybe I have to figure that out separately. Okay, let's try. It goes way too fast and then stops for some reason. Oh, it's increasing every frame. Yeah, I feel like I don't even need that. Man, I'm terrible at my own game. Oh my god. Okay. So annoying. Okay, I'll just move it lower. It's odd. This is because I'm adding weight to it. Something is obviously very glitchy here. Okay, can I set it to kinematic and still have angular velocity? Let's see. Oh, I can. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Yes, that is exactly what I want. But that's not. Hmm. Maybe I do need 2 fixed joints. Otherwise, how would I rotate the body to match? Okay, I need a quick break. I'm gonna go get some food, just a snack. But I'll be back in a short second. I will be right back. Hello, I am back. Yeah. So I was thinking about it a little bit. I would like to try to experiment with 2 joints. That's the approach I'm going to take. Try to fix the rotation issue and see what that does. Also, I know I'm going to want physical objects. It doesn't, maybe, okay. I want to have animated objects in the future instead of just setting the kinematics and stuff, but to like tie something to the animation seems like that would be very challenging. Maybe that's not something I can do. I don't know. Let's see. Might have to fake it with some sort of like program my own like pseudo animation thing to have objects that move semi-realistically. Yeah, I'll cross that bridge when I get there, but for now I want to try with 2 joints. So going back to the monkey, taking a look at this. I just have 1 joint on the monkey itself, but I would like to see what happens if I make 2 children and those are separate joints. So do a joint left and a joint right. I can copy this position, paste it here. Same with the right. I get a feeling that this isn't going to work, but I'd like to try it anyway. It'll be educational for me, at the very least. So I can go ahead and set both of these to disabled, and then set this to be kinematic, simulated. Maybe try that. Okay, so let's go ahead and make those. So fixed joint 2D. Got joint left and joint right. See how these work. So I added one here. Bowl is left or something. Total hack temp workaround. We'll see. Actually, I'll just go ahead and pass in a joint. Okay. So this is now just all the passed in joint instead of the one shared one. Whatever. Keep that for now. And then, of course, we need to set ignore that for now. Joint left and joint right need to be set whenever you jump. Enabled is false. Cool. Same here, joint left enabled is false. And then here we just have to pass in joint left and joint right. Problem is with both. Is grabbing right. I mean, I don't even know if I need these. I almost can just comment this out because it'll automatically do the. Oh no, I do still need these actually. I think. Okay, I'll give that a try. It's possible that I'll just fall and that it won't. I don't know how it works when you have joints that are children of an object like this. So, worth a try. Very curious if this will do anything. Definitely doesn't seem to be working. So what exactly is happening? If I look at the joint left here. Seems off center, which is also odd. Oops. Is that because it's not relative to itself? I'm doing inverse transform point of the bone's position for the connected anchor. For this, I probably just want joint dot transform local position, something like that. That will fix the offset, but it doesn't fix the gravity issue. So let's try that. They should be kinematic, though. It's still offset weird. It's very odd. When I grab with the right hand, at least the fixed joint is correct. What happens if I remove gravity? Oh, hello. Hey, Connor. Famous developer of climbing and swinging games? I mean, I guess so. Now I'm taking the expertise of our two projects and combining them into one. Yes, it's a combination. When you fuse a spider and a sloth, you get a monkey. That doesn't seem to be going super well. It's also weird. I removed the gravity, but it's still applying gravity. No parallax. I mean, I don't have some awesome backgrounds to work with. That's the big problem. Yeah. See, I need some backgrounds. I'm not sure why I'm still falling. If I removed all of the gravity. A 1D climber. So it's that like... I mean, I'm sure you can make that work, for sure. I don't know if you know the context of this game jam either, but there's a $1,000 prize for each of the top 5 games. So I'm trying to make something that's appealing to the judge specifically. I know that he's a fan of Jump King games, although I feel like that's one thing that everybody knows about him. So there's probably going to be a million Jump King clones. I hope that my game's at least unique from the mechanics perspective. Maybe a 1D climber would be a little too like too artistic, too pretentious. Yeah, I've always wanted to try to make like a 1D game. They seem interesting. Well, there's the gravity, so that makes sense. Oh, okay. Gives me something to try here at least. Yeah, right now I'm testing. So I implemented it using one joint. It's not going to work like that. And my problem was with the spinning platform. It was the one joint was not causing it to rotate properly. So it seems like 2 joints isn't helping much more either. I've had the stream open for like 3 hours, but I was only half watching. Cool. Yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah, feel free to check back throughout the weekend, even if you just like pop in for a second. No, that's definitely not working. I had it much better. Trust me, if you rewind the stream, I promise it looked amazing. But yeah, this spinning platform, if you grab it with 2 hands, I want you to rotate with it. And that's a problem. It was not rotating. So if you grabbed the 2 hands, it was the joint was fixing you to it properly, but you were not rotating along with it. So I was hoping that having the 2 hands would cause it, like if you had 2 joints, maybe that would fix it. Doesn't seem like that's the case. And I don't know how to rotate the sprite. Rotate the sprite based on like the rotation at the point. I could obviously just rotate it to like get the attached body and then rotate by the rotation amount of that thing. Wouldn't be too hard, but that has other side effects. So yeah, tough problems. Once you start adding rotating, moving walls, everything becomes much harder. I know you can have two joints on a single game object, but then so like maybe the problem is that I have two children. Like these are children, and the children don't affect it as easily. But if you have two on the same object, you won't be able to reference them in a script. So I would have to maybe attach them to a connected rigidbody and then attach that connected rigidbody to something. Maybe I should try doing some Googling. So I can take a look. If I search Unity, 2D, multiple fixed joints. Trying to see what could happen. Like, how could I make it work if I had multiple? Could I make it work with multiple fixed joints in the same object? Moving transports, game dev's hardest problem. Yeah, I mean, moving anything, moving a door, moving networked entities, any of that stuff. It's so hard. Why can't everything just be a card game? Yeah, when you have minions on the board and they start swapping positions and moving around, hardest problem. Called it. Yeah, why isn't there a climbing tavern brawl? Okay, if I'm just going to be reading documentation, let me try to at least pull that up here. There we go. What? Why would tech bro designers do climbing? Oh, because tech bros like rock climbing? I see, I see. I mean, I like climbing, just not in real life. Climbing video games are the best. Like platformers. It's the best genre. Platform fighters, even better. But platformers are pretty good. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, feel free to just pop in, whatever. I'll hopefully have more progress and have a finished game by the end. Hopefully I can win that $1,000. Yeah, thanks for coming by. For now, I am just going to continue reading about fixed joints and why, yeah, cannot modify the relative linear and angular offsets in real time. Yeah. Oh, it's derived from anchored joint. Actually, don't even know what a relative joint is. Let's see. A relative joint has connected rigid body, linear offset, and angular offset. Yeah, I don't think that's what I want. I think a fixed joint makes sense. So why? How possible is it to have them work? I mean, this seems like it would work. I'm just curious. Take it off screen for a sec. I'm gonna try Googling. So fixed joint in child or something. Have it in the children. So component reference? What is this? No, that's not. Yeah, joints and child objects. Here's a Stack Overflow thread. No answers, though. Oh, is it because freeze rotation is on, I wonder? Hmm. This has freeze rotation. It is also dynamic, although it was kinematic before. Okay, great. Let's see. Let me take a look at the joint. It's currently disabled, but if I jump... Yeah, so it is moving properly. If I click there, it's going to break, but... If I have both selected, will it show me both? I wonder. Oh, it does. I see them rotating. I mean, that's what I want, but the problem is that I'm not matching it. Why not? I mean, I could store the hand points. That might be even easier. Just store... Like, rotate my sprite such that the hand points always match. Way I can keep one joint. And the other note is, yeah, so if I am grabbing a spinning platform, I'm rotating, but also the platform is rotating. Should my character have to fight against the angular velocity of the platform, or should I just be local? I think being local makes sense. So then why gripping with two hands isn't local? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm stick with one joint for now. So revert it back to the way it was. Yeah. So, okay, if I keep it with one joint, let's see. If I want to rotate, if both hands are gripped, I can store the position where the hands were gripped, which actually, yeah, I guess I could just cache them. Or I guess it would just be that. Oh. Hmm. I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? Anyway, I was thinking, so maybe I do have joints, but they're not intended to be anything. They're just essentially disconnected objects. And so I attach them to the rigid body just so I have their positions. And then if I have, I calculate my rotations such that my position is between the two and I rotate to be perpendicular. My forward direction is perpendicular. Sorry about that. Also, wait, was I just muted for a long time? I don't even realize. I don't know how long I was muted. But I'm just taking a break to eat this peanut butter cup. Okay. So the problem is breaking the connections with the arms as well. Like I could, if you are on one object, I could record your center and then I could rotate your body to match the rotation of the object that you're attached to. That's something I could do. But if you're attached to two objects, what happens? So the other option is I could get your hand position, your left and your right. And if you're attached, if both are grabbed, your joint is essentially halfway between the two. And if the two hand positions rotate, you also rotate to match that perpendicular vector. But if you're grabbing two objects and they start to drift far apart, then there's a threshold. So you kind of get dragged between the two, and if they get too far apart, then you just drop both. That seems like a good approach. But in order to do that, I need to record the hand positions of both objects. And if the object's moving, obviously it's not a static position. So how do I get the position to also move with it? I could use joints. So I could just add the joints, not use them in the same way, but they just exist. They're just kind of like sticking a pin in the moving object. And I'm essentially only using them to get their position and check the distance to what was I saying? Check the distance to the hand bone to see if it broke, basically. Now, could I just put them at a position? Should I just put them at 0, 0 like the other one? And then their anchor is somewhere else? That could make sense. Okay, I'll try. What if I undo enough? Will they come back? No. Okay, I'll just make some new joints here. Okay, let's give this a try. Oh man, I feel like this isn't gonna work, but we'll see. Gotta just keep pushing forward. Oh, wait, these are just fixed joints. I need 2D. Oh, I don't even need to delete them. Remove. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Set them to kinematic. Oh, wait, one thing. Let me try this, actually. Before I do anything, what if I was smart? Okay, wait, let me try this. Before anything. Hold up, hold up. Might have an idea. Okay, wait, hold up. Cooking, I'm cooking. In the, what is it? When we're grabbed with both hands, so here and here, try something fancy. Rigid body dot rotation equals false. Does this work? I'd be shocked. So cool if this worked. I'd be so happy. Oh my god, it works, dude. No way. Oh my god, the jump is so fast. Is it always that fast? Inherited velocity. Oh my god, that saved me so much time. It's so good. Oh my god. I don't know why it jumped so high there, though. There, it makes sense it goes too slow because I'm rotating against the thing. Here I'm going up, so I should go fast. Makes sense. Then why, when I'm in the center, do I go so fast? Oh. How did I do that before? Okay. So let's try the monkey data. I want to decrease the airspeed a bit. I don't even have ground speed. I don't really care that much. But let me try ground speed. Why is this like this? If I make this wider, let's double check. How is the ground speed? Because no friction, it just slides. I mean, there is friction, just not enough. So is that an issue with the ground? I'm gonna make a new physics material here. Yeah, see, friction is not a good approach. That's the problem with doing this. That's just dumb. I don't like that. But I could always just decay my own forces, so. If you're on the ground and you stop pressing a direction, you slow to a stop, regardless. So I could do that. In fact, I will do that right now. Move forces. What is this? Rigid body dot velocity. Just find my K function here. So I can't modify the velocity? I should be able to. No, I think maybe I have to do here. Okay, so then we go velocity X. Velocity X and rigid body dot velocity dot Y. Okay, just a test for ground. Try that first. It's currently midnight. Wow. So I've been on this for 5 hours ish. Doesn't seem to be decaying. I might not be having my, oh yeah, I don't have a check ground function called. That's why. Just just to double check. Check ground doesn't do anything weird, does it? No, calls on land, but should be safe. Okay, very obviously horribly broken. Why? Why is it broken? Oh, only if the x is greater than 0? I'm stupid. I don't know why I did that. It's like half writing the decay and then I realized. So is maybe the decay timer is so high that it's like bad. Let's go back to the settings here. Ground decay, it's 10. Let's set it to 5, see what this does. Set it to like 1. 0. 0.5. Something seems wrong. 1. 1 is too high, but 0.5 is too low. Okay, something is broken. Okay, let me try to add walls as well real quick. Or ground that is rotated 90 degrees or scaled differently or whatever. That doesn't work. What just happened there? Whoa, something. I wasn't even looking. That was weird. That's weird. Like, if I grab with both at the same time. The exact same time, it doesn't grab with either one. So was grabbing is false for both of them. Hold on. If is pressed. So if I'm not holding left and I'm not already grabbing. Or no, if I am grabbing left and I release, then I execute a jump. That seems wrong. So what about right? I guess we need to know where we jumped from, huh? So here, if we release left and right, we jump from the middle. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the best I can do. So that fixes that issue with the, I think if I press both at the same time, now I'll grab, and if I release both at the same time, I won't do a super jump anymore. So I'm getting null reference exceptions. Why? The collider from execute jump? Oh, wait. No, that's right. Oh, well, oh, that's the problem. Duh. I thought I was supposed to remove the super jump. Doesn't seem to, though. Wow. It's so strange, because you should execute jump. That's fine. These are else ifs. On grab wall should set velocity, clear all velocities, including that. So I'm going to add a boolean here to be able to toggle off that functionality. Okay. Yeah, so grab wall, grab left, jump velocity, on land. Got check ground is all good. I'll hear this rigid body velocity. No, that's correct. This to do. Oh, update forces. Yeah, so wait, is that not called anywhere? Oh, move with forces. Yeah. I think that's about right. I don't think I messed with anything else, any functions. Just that one weird gravity. This. Oh, that's jump velocity. There should be gravity somewhere. That might have been in the other force function. Okay, so theoretically, if I look at this now, if I refresh, use forces is unchecked. So I'll run that and see. Oh, because my decay value is terrible now. What did I have it before? 10? 20 something. Oh, it should be higher than that. It'd be 20. Okay, that's too high. 10. It's too high as well. Now I'm confused. I think it was also kinematic before, right? So strange. Why? On land should set jump velocity to 0, right? It does. So why did I move? Oh my god, this is such a pain. Oh man, making these movements so frustrating. My goodness. What was the... Okay. Oh, this is with use forces checked? Oh my god. I'm going insane. I mean, now I think, what the heck? Is it always dynamic? Oh my god, I don't even remember. Should have just made a new script instead of... Okay, so at least that worked. So it just is always dynamic. That's the bug that I was running into before. I never quite fixed. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. it's less than friction, then it equals... Is friction so high that it's always... I don't know. Why is friction 10? On ground is false? Why? Oh, it is still going. Okay. I could set this to like 0.75. And the max horizontal velocity is 5. I feel like I need to print some stuff on screen here. I'm losing my mind. I'm actually losing my mind here, dude. Oh, this is taking so much longer than I was expecting it to. Hello. Yes, Monkey. Welcome, welcome. Been working on this physics stuff, trying to make my monkey game, and hitting tons of issues with writing my character controller and making all the physics work. So I'm in a little bit of a, less than positive mood, but adding some debugging right now to fix it up. Or, if I can get this debug text printing on screen, I can help identify some of these issues and hopefully get it working. But yeah, I'm making a game where you can grab things, you grab on the environment and rotate and swing around. And hopefully I'll be making a Jump King style game by the end of it. And good time for a monkey break. I mean, I want to go to sleep at some point, and I hopefully can finish all this before I go to sleep. So I don't know if I have time for a full break, but yeah. I'm just going to keep powering through. Hopefully this iced tea will solve my problems. But really it's the debug text here. So printing out all my velocities and everything. Monkey sleep. Yes, I do need my monkey sleep at some point. But I'm just going to print every velocity that I have. And then run this and pray for the best. Oh, I know things are broken, but if I can start printing text, I should be able to debug it faster. So, okay. Let's see what's going on here. Also, you can check out what I have. Oops. So right now I'm working on getting this physics working. So yeah, you can grab things, you can climb and rotate. You can also jump. And then when you do, you can stick to moving platforms. You can even rotate with the rotating platforms and everything. That's pretty good. All of this seems to be working, but there's something odd there. The jump is the 13, obviously. There's inherited velocity, which I still need to decay that. And there's no input velocity. Almost need to go in slow motion. Oh, it's weird that there's jump velocity increasing. I mean, every time I grab and jump, it doesn't matter because it eliminates it anyway, so shouldn't really matter. Okay, let's debug one thing at a time. First, the ground friction. Why is this happening? If I increase a little bit. But also, why is the velocity going up to like 15? I have a property here that says the max velocity is supposed to be 5. I think it's just because I removed my clamping. Where was the clamping? I did temporarily remove my movement clamping because I was running into issues, but I think it's probably time to reintroduce that. Oh, thank you. Glad you think it looks good. I think for the amount of time I've spent on it, it's a little primitive, but hopefully it gets better. I mean, obviously, I'm tackling the toughest things from the beginning of moving platforms and rotating platforms. It took me a while to get like this sticking and having this rotate working, and inheriting the velocity of the object that you launch from. That'll come in handy for making some puzzles and set pieces and whatnot. I also took a little detour where I re-implemented it using Unity's forces instead of programming my own velocities, but it didn't seem to solve the problems that I was having anyway. So I made it a toggle in the settings here, this use forces checkbox. So essentially I implemented the movement twice to try to see which would work better, and still kind of going back and forth. Okay, so now there's clamping. Oh, right, but the input velocity, that's the other problem. Yeah, so the issue that I'm having is I was running into one issue where if I just clamp the input velocity, yes, physics is such a such a pain. I feel like I write a 2D character controller for every game that I make, and then every time I try to like reuse it or something, the games are just totally different and it's not applicable at all, and I end up having to rewrite it basically anyway. And I'm kind of sick of writing character controllers. Maybe someday I could just sit down and like get a really good one and not have to rewrite them, but it's a problem. That's the problem for another day. So the problem that I have with the velocities, I want to be able to decay the input velocity, meaning if you release your input, it decays over time and slows down to 0. But I do not want to decay the jump velocity. So if you jump in a direction, it's a smooth arc, and you don't actually decay that arc. But I want to clamp you. You know, maybe I just let you, like, clamp at the max velocity plus your jump or something. Or maybe I just clamp the input velocity. That'd be simpler. So that way you can increase, if you jump to the right and you hold right, you'll increase as well up to your maximum velocity. So you can essentially move faster than the jump by continuing to hold right. And maybe that's fine. I was trying to make it so that wasn't the case, but maybe if it's too difficult, maybe I should just do that. Essentially, that would be, I took this clamp function and I put it here. So we have the, not that, but input velocity x. And then I clamp that to just max horizontal. So forget the jump and forget all this. It's just that. So if I clamp that, now the max horizontal velocity is essentially only for input. It has nothing to do with jump. Then I should be able to remove this. There we go. I also have this decay the inherited velocity, but it doesn't seem to be working. But let us try this. So first, on the ground, I'm now clamped. So that's working. Although the ground decay speed could be much lower. Okay, faster than that. 3. Oh, that's another thing. So if I'm doing that by time.delta time, I also need to check. Wait, where's the decay? Friction? Because it's minus the sine of that times friction times that. This has to be scaled. I almost feel like this whole thing needs to be multiplied by time.delta time. That's probably why it's cutting off so early. So that might fix that problem. Cool. And I can increase this now. Let's try 10. Okay, maybe try 20. Nice. There we go. So that's a nice smooth movement. See the velocities working. Decay speed in the air should probably be a little bit slower, but I don't know about 10. Maybe try 15. And save that. Let's try launching here. If I jump. Oh, wait. Something weird happened. Okay, something odd was happening there. So the repress steps. So if I jump and then go left. Try it again. Jump and then go left. Jump, hold left. Why was velocity positive? So the jump is pushing left, but I'm pushing right. But then my input decays, but the jump doesn't decay. I think that's probably the problem. The jump's not strong enough, but the airspeed is too strong. So that's why it's like going backwards. Feels like I'm slingshotting. I think that's what it is. I guess the jump needs to decay. Otherwise, it slingshots back and forth. No, it's not time for monkey sleep. It is not time for monkey sleep. I will never sleep. I'm going to add a jump decay value. Jump decay. And if I do that, these are the decays for the movement. So let's add one for jumping. Awesome. Okay, so checking that, and friction I can just call jump decay. Not friction anymore. And that will decay the jump. I should also check the inherited velocity decay because I haven't tried that really. Maybe set that to like 10. And inherited velocity decay, I'll set that to like 5. Okay, that's way too much for the jump decay. Let's launch with this. I'm curious. Wait, the inherited velocity seems to always be 0. Okay, the airspeed decay, I should lower this a lot. Maybe like 5 even. The jump decay, I can increase the velocity. Or just lower this to maybe 5. And then inherited velocity seemed like it was always 0. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, what is this? I'm trying to read input using the mouse. That's weird. Anyway, inherited velocity, that is true. Should be the execute jump function, calls it. There's the jumped collider, attached rigid body, get point velocity. Yeah, I can look into that in a second. So strange. It's just bouncing around. Okay, so oops. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna launch up into the air and put a breakpoint and see what's up. So jump up here, and then breakpoint, and it doesn't. Doesn't like that. Okay, now. So we hit a breakpoint. There's no velocity, but the collider's there. So we go up here. Moving wall should have some velocity. It does. So if it does have it, why is it printing 0? Maybe my debug log is not correct. No, that's there. So what sets this to 0? It must be that same delta time issue. It's less than that. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the same issue. So I can go ahead here, make a float, call it yep. And I see another very stupid mistake. This is supposed to be inherited velocity, not input velocity. Put that there, get rid of this. You can subtract, or get rid of these. Get rid of that. Replace this with the variable, and hopefully that fixes some things. A lot of potential errors there. Like a lot of errors that were on those lines. Oh God. Wait, why is inherited 0 there? It shouldn't be 0. Shouldn't be 0 there either. It was not 0 a second ago, right? I mean, I see it printing 5. Yeah, the jump decay is there. Maybe jump decay should be less, but slightly less. Let's see. Inherited velocity. Now, why is that still just sometimes randomly 0? Let's check this. So it gets set to 0. Also clear all velocities and on land. We should also do on grab wall. No, that's already that. We should only add to the jump velocity if you're not on a wall. Where do I apply the gravity? Probably in update forces. Setting that. Oh, if not on ground, yes, just do and not on wall. Okay, so why is it sometimes inherited velocity is 0? Is it just that the inherited velocity is so small, but then the decay is multiplied by delta time? Yep, it's decreased by that. I don't think that should make a difference, but I'll double check. Okay, so if the value is less than inherited decay, it equals 0. Makes sense. That's the value that's timed at delta time. Okay, well, I'll try it again. And I should see if the prints are... There's a bunch of invalid operations. Read input using the input class. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember writing anything for that. That was weird. Other than hitting the wall, I'm actually pretty happy with how it moves now. I think I finally ironed out all the issues. The only issue, I guess, is why is the inherited velocity 0? When sometimes randomly it seems to not be 0. It's also printing this error like a lot, and I didn't see it until just recently. Why is get mouse position? Oh, it's for, I see, it's the canvas. I added a canvas recently. But trying to read input using the input class. Oh. But I don't know why, sounds like issues for tomorrow. No, it is tomorrow. It's 1 a.m. 43-ish hours left. I guess I do have a lot of time tomorrow. Yeah, I need to think of how to break down my work. And this spamming these errors too is very annoying. I mean, also, I'm trying out Unity's new input system, and maybe that was a mistake. I should have just like stuck with what I know. I usually use Rewired. And I see obviously this is the event system in this right here. Oh, replace with that. Oh, okay. Maybe it's as easy as that. UI/points. So are those all inputs now in my input file? They're added automatically. There should be something called like default input or something somewhere. Okay, not those. Unity's input system isn't too bad. Yeah, I've just never used it before. Oh, here's the default input. Oh, it has UI and everything. See, I'm just not as familiar with it. So, oh, actually, it's not, you can't even see it because it's in a pop-up window. But I didn't know that there was like a default input. So then I ended up making my own. I'm just not familiar with it. So I'm going to make a bunch of stupid mistakes. And when I made my own, now the UI, probably like all these UI point, UI click, I see them in the default, but they're not in mine. Oh, but this has an action set. So maybe just having different action set files is fine. Okay, I'll just have to cross my fingers. Otherwise, I'll have to remake my inputs in the default instead. But for now, see if that got rid of the error. It did. Awesome. I don't think that caused the inherited velocity issue. But yeah, I mean, the input stuff seems really good. It seems a lot like Rewired. It's just a slightly better UI. Oh, you can copy paste things over? Awesome. That solves my problem. I can look into that if it ends up being an issue. So why is this 0? What's extra odd is that it says it's 0, but if I pause, you can also have multiple sets. It activates separately. Canvas auto activates the default one. That makes sense. Yeah, over here, I ran into this when I first started. I had to enable this find action map gameplay enable, which confused me a lot because yeah, like you don't have to do that in Rewired, right? And the default built-in input system or like the old input. So that tripped me up for a little while, but Googling around, I found it pretty quick. I don't know what I'm going to have to do if I make a menu action like find input map menu and enable that as well at the same time, or if you can't have two enabled, but I'll have to figure that out. It is a confusing pitfall. Okay, so I'm gonna attach, and then I will unpause and grab this and then jump. If I step next, I see it's not 0. So at some point from when it gets set here until it's printed, it is being reset to 0. I don't know why. The decay value is, I guess I can't see it right now, but I can put a breakpoint there. And logging it here. And then here it gets set to 0 on land, but that's not being called. And then clear all velocities also sets it to 0, but that should also not be called. Okay, so we go here. Delta time is very small. Decay is 5. Oh, I guess the inherited velocity is just very, very small. You can enable everything. I think it's just useful for switching modes. Okay, makes sense. Walking, driving, fishing minigame, yeah. Like, yeah, I guess completely different control schemes. I don't know if like context sensitive actions would require you to do that, but maybe. Cool. Yeah, I guess if I add a menu, or I already do have a menu, but I guess once I start using the menu, I could just add, call enable on it as well, since it doesn't seem to matter. So yeah, the inherited velocity seems just insanely small. I guess negative 0.2 and 0.3. So the decay is just so large, I think. That it just sets it to 0. So I don't know why. Why is the inherited velocity so small? Actually, what if I just comment out the decay, or set the decay to 0 real quick? I don't know. If I don't fix the inherited decay or inherited velocity stuff tonight, then I'm probably just not going to have it in the game. But it's kind of... Oh, so now it seems to be working. It's just... Maybe the decay value is just so high. Well, that's so weird. Definitely works. Maybe the decay is just way too high. If I drop it to like 0.5, let's see. Okay, that's pretty cool. Although maybe that's too low. E1. Okay, so if they're both not pressed, or if they both are pressed, I should decay. And I'm making progress now. It's feeling pretty good. Okay, so if I'm on the ground, there we go. If you release both, you should jump. So I'm gonna make a new timer. So it doesn't matter. Make a new data field here for the jump timer. Okay, so the idea is if you're on the ground and you press both buttons and then release within a certain amount of time, you jump. That would be we handle movement. Decay input velocities movement. Input velocity here. I'll just put it at the bottom of the file. I could get rid of all this now. And this. Okay, so, yeah, if both buttons are released in a short time window on the ground, execute a jump. If on ground, just double check. The execute jump function takes a jumped collider. But that only matters if we, oh yeah. So I could just add a null check. So I can pass a null there to be fine. Jump point. Also, doesn't really matter. I could just pass in my point. Cool. Oh, and then it does it based on up, transform.up. But I think that is also fine. Should work. Let's see, where was I? It was in handle movement. Lost track of that. Okay, on ground. Really, it's just if both were pressed and now one of them is not pressed. That would maybe be even better. Even better than doing a timer. So I could just do bool. Wait, where did I just put that? Here. So if on ground and left pressed and right pressed, then we do ground jump ready equals true. So if we're on the ground jump is ready, then we execute the jump. So if both buttons are released, but if both buttons are held, form a jump. And here we do execute jump. Oops. And it's null. And we can just do transform dot position. Doesn't matter. Not really used anyway. Cool. So if either of them are released, we go ahead and jump. Then we just need to reset ground jump ready to false. I guess just when we jump. Sure. Possibly other times as well, if there's a way to be knocked off of a platform while not actually there. I could probably get rid of that other monkey data field, this ground jump timer. Cool. So I can walk left, walk right, and then do both. Awesome. Cool. Now I guess the one downside is what if I'm facing down? Then I do it. Yeah, okay. So on land, I want to rotate my sprite to match quaternion identity. So on land, yeah, rotate the character upright. So we'll do transform dot rotation equals quaternion identity. Hopefully that is not messed up in the z-axis or with weird garbage. It works. Okay, I'll commit this just in case I mess anything up and need to redo it. Character mover vastly improved. Also imported TM Pro, TextMesh Pro, and I also added debug text. And committed. Good for Git. And I'm so excited about having this. I guess next thing I'll do is the camera system. I want to make a, before I go to bed, I want to post a GIF of it on Twitter. That's what I normally do. End of the first night progress. So want to make sure I get that. and it's pretty hard to see what's happening if you don't have a camera. So go ahead and do that. Also, since it's a monkey, let's have a little bit of fun. Color it. So why not? This is not final art. This is just for the sake of a Twitter GIF. Wait, where'd it go? It's weird. Okay. Should actually, I doodled on my notebook what I want the general like proportions to be. It's so strange that the face is just glitching out like that. Main visual, like the body. Trying to get the ratio. Let's add a bit bigger. It's not as big as the head. General proportions. Guess that's good enough. Doesn't really stand out or pop though now. It blends in. Make it more saturated. Okay, good enough for now. And the face disappears. Awesome. My little monkey character remover going good. Okay, next up, camera system. That's probably the last thing I'll do, and then I'll go to bed. Though it is almost 2 a.m., but hopefully I can do a camera in 30 minutes-ish, you know? Something like that. Okay, let's make a new folder here. Camera. A new C# script. Game camera. Actually, did I already make one? I think I did. Oh, I did. It's funny. Delete that one. Okay. So I know in the future I'm gonna want the camera to have a state machine. Oh, wait, the scale, I just realized. Why is it 0.71? Camera was zoomed out. I guess what I should do here is set this to 16:9. It's more what I wanted. Okay, I know I want the camera. Just let me double check. Okay. I want it to follow the player, but in certain sections, I want it to become a fixed camera, so it'll transition. So I need camera volumes to tell the camera what behavior it should have. But that should probably also have some kind of state machine on the player, or on the camera. So there's a follow state, which has its behavior, and then it has a, when you enter a certain volume, it'll tell it to go to a specific fixed location. And so yeah. Probably doesn't need to be a full state machine. There's a lot of boilerplate in order to get that set up. So maybe I could just have a simple property on it. I'll start with that. So I'm making an enum. Camera behavior. So we'll do follow player, and then we'll do fixed location. And then if, in a member variable, start as follow player, and then in update we'll just have a switch for the camera behavior. And we'll have functions for following the player and a function for yeah. Why does it always do that? Okay, so move to fixed location. This is one of those times where I don't want to write the same well, whatever, I'll just write it again. It's probably faster than looking for code. Yeah, so move to fixed location, follow player. So follow player is obvious. It goes here. Fixed location doesn't really have an update. I'll leave it there regardless. And then have that, and then we just need public functions. This could be private. Need a public function. To set follow player. I'll go ahead and make a member variable here. Just coroutine, right? That's weird. This is just the move to location coroutine, and so if this is not null and it equals null, and we stop coroutine. Actually, maybe don't even want a coroutine. Really should yeah, maybe that's still fine. I can mess with the smoothing later. So when we set a fixed location, do the move coroutine. We'll start coroutine of move to fixed location. Of course, pass fixed location in there. So if I do so, this has to take location. I don't even know if I need transform. Maybe this is just a position. Okay. So I'll make a private constant. The camera lerp time. 1 second. Maybe I can adjust that later. But the idea is to timer. Previous timer equals 0. Lerp between we got the start position and so picture 2. Cool. So now we lerp there. And if we follow player, we just do our transform dot position equals curious. Position should just equal the player's position, I guess. And how do we know the player's position? I guess we just have a reference to the player. Okay, so how about lerp camera size? Got something here for the float desired size. So I can make this a public float. Just because And I might as well just do the curve. I was gonna wait, but so instead of having it be a lerp, let's do it a curve. Is it an animation curve? Yeah. So camera size lerp curve. And I'll leave the position as linear for now, but for this, float t equals this dot evaluate at the t value, which would be timer divided by this. It gives us the t value for our, whatchamacallit. Okay, so we got desired size. This isn't a vector 2. This is now a math f lerp. Start position, we actually need start size. And this is, of course, get component. It's maybe not even worth it. Let's do a property. It's just a camera. Camera. Cool. So we can do this dot size. Nope, not that. I mean, it just says, oh, I guess it's orthographic size, yeah. It's not a vector 2, that is a float. Yep. So we've got the start size. We have the camera lerp time. Instead of that, maybe we call this the move lerp time and the size lerp time. Cool. Okay, so we evaluate the curve based on the linear value. We have the start size and the desired size by t, and then we set the camera orthographic size to that value. Then finish it off by also setting it to the final value. And so set size, we got float size, and of course this also starts a new coroutine. We got the move coroutine, but let's dupe that and make a size coroutine. And that way, store it independently. And also check if this is not null, then we stop coroutine. Same here. If this is not null, we stop it. And then we start the new one. Awesome. So we follow the player, just sets it. Seems reasonable. Okay, so finally I'm going to make a new... Well, first I guess I should attach this to the camera. And refresh, make sure everything compiles. Good curve. We need to set up the monkey. So there is the monkey. And I'll make a new class here called camera Game camera volume. So I need a trigger. Basically just a static sprite, I think. I don't even need a renderer on it. This trigger is checked. So this is the follow player. What? I typed the name. It didn't even save it. Fixed location. Enter. Save. Okay. So we go ahead. Should not need a rigid body. I don't know why that's on there. Oh. If you have a trigger, do you need a rigid body? I wonder. I guess we'll see. They're static, so... I don't think so. Shouldn't need a rigid body. Only one of them needs a rigid body, so I'm gonna remove these. Okay, and then in here, we just need... I think, how do you have drop downs of like whatever, the UI doesn't really matter too much. So I'll just make a public game camera dot behavior, camera behavior, and I'll go ahead and make fields for public float, camera size, and fixed location. Well, instead of a vector 2, I can make this a transform. This location phone. Get rid of these and just do an on trigger enter 2D. Go collision dot get component monkey. If monkey is not null, meaning we actually found one, I mean, either the monkey could have a camera or I could just get like camera.main or something, right? Yeah. Camera dot set. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I guess switch on the behavior. Case follow player. Camera dot follow player. And then break case. This location. Camera dot set. Oops. set fixed location to set fixed location bone dot transfer dot position. Yeah, and then break. And then outside of the switch, we can do camera dot set size to be the camera size. Something in here. Could even do that before all this. I could use more comments and stuff, but I think the follow player, the one lack of polish, is the follow player is just gonna snap. Oh my god. Come on, renames. You got this. doing a little goofy little thing here. So just double check. The follow player, a fixed location, follow player up to there. Oh no, this is fixed location. Awesome. Let's give it a try. I guess I need to fix location to have a camera location. So at 0, 0, negative 10. Let's try to add a bone to this. Empty here. Also, the camera size by default seems to be 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see, 10. 10's maybe a little too far out. 8. Start with 8. Okay, so follow player. I guess just make this the default. That would be game camera volume. The camera size defaults to 8. Set each of these to 8. And then fixed location. Maybe be much less than 8 or zoomed out more. So maybe set that one to 10. Location bone is there. Let's give that a try. No idea if this will work, but I can hope. And it's immediately broken. Why? Oh, because I set it to that position. Okay, the follow distance. Would be a private constant. Definitely feeling the exhaustion building up now, so I have to go to sleep after this. Otherwise I won't be as functional tomorrow. But I'm almost there. So this equals a new vector 3. Transform.position.x, monkey.transform.position.y, and then camera Z. There we go. Almost there. Almost there. Hopefully that was it. And when we set the bone, actually, got fixed location as a vector 2. Start position. What if this was a vector 3? And this fixed location is also a vector 3. So I just did everything in vector 3s. And then the value I passed in here was just the correct value. Awesome. Now it automatically forces Z to be correct, regardless of the bone position. Awesome. Hopefully that works. Not quite. Why not? So odd. Yeah, the size is 10. Oh, why is the position... What? I swear, I just set that. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I don't even... Wow. Okay. I am noticing a problem that the fixed location issue. Following the player doesn't feel as nice as I would have thought. Because you don't really get a sense of, like, your speed. It's so odd. It's still setting it to 0. Start position is transform.position. It's lerping from that to the fixed location. Oh, am I doing vector 2.lerp? I have to do vector 3.lerp. Okay. And I'm going to change this up a little bit. Take all of moving wall 2, and then I'm going to dupe this. Between the moving wall and the rotating wall, I'll just put a static here. That should be within the fixed location bounds. Awesome. Camera here should probably be much more zoomed out. Do like 15, and then need to take the rotating platform, move it down quite a bit. Also, that moving wall, I kind of want to speed it up, like 1,000, so double the speed. Um, on the camera, I want to take this curve and I want to make it a little bit more that, maybe, or maybe just more like this. Shorten the time just a little bit. And what else can I do? I wanted to make the platform move even faster. Doubled it, but kind of want it even faster than that. Maybe double it again. And don't go as high. Actually curious, can the moving wall too also have a rotating platform component? Wonder if that'll work. That would be fun. Oh my god, this is so challenging. Oh god. Okay, if I made it rotate very slowly, maybe. It was so hard. What the heck? put text in the world. How do I do that? Other than making a canvas. I really don't want to make a in-world canvas. Oh, okay. It's just for the sake of the video. Okay, I want to do a lerp for the follow player, and then maybe that'll be it. So instead of the position just snapping, maybe you should start a routine. So move to player location, vector 3, a fixed location. Don't really need that. The start position, move lerp time. The fixed location, instead of using that, we'll just do equals null. No, we just run it. Right? This is the, what is it? Size coroutine. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so the move coroutine, move to position, fixed location. This is the, I'll just do have a reference to the monkey, right? So monkey dot transform dot position. That won't work because we actually need this. We move there. Using the timer, you'll return null, set the position to said location. I can actually just ignore that. And running this up here, we can say in follow player. If the move coroutine is null, we do that. Otherwise, we do not mess with the position. That should lerp. It will have a weird kind of smooth lerp. desired location. Oh, here. I'd also like to get rid of all these prints. I do not need them anymore. Actually, I don't even remember. Did it look good when it followed player? Wait, what happened? Cool. I am going to record a video of this. I think what I have is pretty good, and probably go to bed after that. Let's see. Can I record even though OBS is also running? Wonder. Seems like it should work. If I do Alt F9. Okay. Recording saved. Let me double check. My videos folder. Desktop. I don't see it. Is there a Unity folder? Oh. Odd. Okay, but I found it. Okay, so recording does work. I remember I have a setting. separate the tracks. Okay, I'll create a single track for now for audio. Much as I love that, I want to pick a good song for this recording. It's a pretty good one. Awesome. So let me just double check the video worked. Put that back on. Okay, I'm gonna open up Vegas. I'm gonna edit that video super quick. Also randomly, I also need to open up Photoshop for a minor detail that need to edit the thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. I've been using this background. Oh, the day 3 is tomorrow. I still don't have any real art, so I still think it's worth. Wait, what? I just not copy this image. There we go. Like that. Good enough. Don't care that much about it. But I do like the green. Kind of miss the green. But whatever. Trying new things. In the meantime, I'm going to pull up my Vegas. Timing for the song to end. Yeah, so in Vegas, just gonna, oh god, crop the video a little bit. Let's crop it down, 16:9. Cool. And then I just need to properties in the clip and disable resample. Then let's do an export or render as a Twitter template. I think somewhere. Not that one. It's somewhere. I think Internet 720 works on for Twitter. I mean, it's probably good enough for this, so I can just try that. I thought I had a 1080/30 that was good for Twitter, but I don't see it on my templates list. It's under a different, what would that be? Different video format. Oh, here. Monkey Jam Day 2. Let's render that. Cool. And let's check that out. See if the rendered video is good. Cool. And now I can post it to Twitter. So yeah, I'll just write my stupid little tweet. Yeah, how should I phrase this? Day 2 finished. Let me throw on some music still. It's very quiet. 41 hours left. Yeah. So uh, oh, cool. Twitter has a little thing now. It says when it's processing your video. Or what percentage it is. Used to just drop it and it would take like a million years. Okay, I have tweeted my video. So that means It is now. I'm now ready to go to sleep. There's one thing I wanted to look at before I do, even though I'm exhausted and I cannot think straight. Last thing I want to look at is as I exit all of these windows. I guess I can exit. Exit Vegas. And I got this Monkey Jam thumbnail for tomorrow. Right. Okay. So last thing I wanted to see. Why is it that this platform seems to move? It was moving really fast, and then now it seems to be moving very slowly. Why is it moving so slowly right now? Wasn't it moving insanely fast before? Did I not save it or something? Let me see. Yeah, it's at 2,000. 2,000 move speed. If I bumped it up to 4,000, it's probably gonna... Does it have to do with... Wait, let me look. Moving platform. The velocity is multiplied by time.delta time, so... I don't know. There it's moving insanely fast. If I drop it back to 2,000, how does that look? Is it maybe full screen? When I was playing it in full screen, it causes it to go slower, or maybe it slows down over time? No? Yeah, I don't know why when I made it full screen. Oh, okay. So let me just test it again. If I make it full screen, will it be slow? I mean, this one seems slower already. Yeah, it seems like making it full screen causes it to be slower for some reason. I mean, you'd think maybe frame rate, but then that's why the time.delta time is there. So what if I just get rid of that? Maybe that's slowing it down too much. Set this to like 1,000. How's that look? What is going on? What just happened? How is changing the move speed? Like 1,000 just way too fast or something? How is that? It doesn't even make any sense. Oh, okay. I think I know. Oh, it's the other one that's glitching out. I see. There's that moving wall, but then there's also this one. Pretty fun. I think the game is pretty fun. Okay, so if 1, let's try this one at like 10. See how fast that is. Cool. And if I make it not full screen, is it faster? Let's see. It seems the same. Okay, so maybe that is the problem. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's so fun. I love this. Okay, I think that pretty much is it. Awesome. So I guess that'll do it for the night. It's almost 3 a.m. I'd like to wake up reasonably early tomorrow, try to continue this. So I'll try to go to sleep now. And thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back on tomorrow morning, afternoon, sometime. Yeah, I'll keep working on it. In terms of the character mover, I know one thing I need to do is if you grab 2 separate objects and they pull apart, I need to snap it. Also, if you hit a wall, if you launch into a wall, I would like to take that velocity and bounce you back off. But if you are, now, if you're holding a wall, if you're holding like something and it moves into an obstacle, like into the ground, then it should just break your connection. So that's another thing I want to do. And in fact, I should probably jot these down somewhere. Just on, I could drop them down onto Miro, take some notes here. I'll just replace this with my to-do list. So holding 2 separate objects will break your grab. And moving into a wall while, or moving into ground while holding that'll break your grab as well. And finally, jumping into a wall will bounce you off. Maybe I'll even make a little post-it note here. Some stickies for what is absolutely required stuff. So, monkey sprite. Got background art. game flow, level design. Camera system, audio system. Oh yeah, audio. Audio and this is basically menu and speedrun timer. So I think that's roughly it. Audio, we've got sound effects, got ambient, audio, we got music, and we have animations, background art. We have post-processing, level design. We of course have gameplay mechanics, or level layout, or I guess level mechanics first. Level layout. Yeah, I mean the bulk of the difficult programming is done at this point, except for some of the extra like set pieces and things. These are the major things that I have left, broken into different categories, different verticals. Cool. Or maybe tutorial goes here. Awesome. Oh God, stop yelling. Okay, yeah, so that's about it. Now I'm gonna head out for the night. Now that it's actually 3 a.m. Here are my to-dos for tomorrow and for the rest of the jam. Or the to-dos are maybe for tomorrow, some extra polish, and then the blue sticky notes are the verticals. They're just about everything that I have to accomplish for the rest of the jam. That's like a general outline of what's left. Obviously, there's a lot of extra stuff in terms of like level layout, taking the level mechanics that I have and then putting them on a map, like on a board, laying them out. And then just all the extra polish that goes with making a game. So yeah. Toss more on there. I could just sit here all night adding things. But yeah, so that just about covers it. And with the song ending there, okay, maybe not. I will leave for the night and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by and feel free to check back the rest of the weekend. And at the end, I'll have a game finished and playable for everybody here. So, yeah, see you later.